Hello, travelers. Professor GreyTail here. I know that you have already learned much about our magical world, where good and evil intertwine their wands in an eternal dance. But I am certain I can still surprise you. Night had settled over London like a velvet curtain, soft and heavy, muffling the noise of the Muggle streets below the Ministry of Magic. Deep within the Auror office, where lamps burned low and parchment glowed amber beneath hovering orbs of light, a young Auror named Elias Redwood lingered long after most had gone home. He had hoped for a real assignment, something beyond paperwork and escort duty. But the evening seemed destined to pass as uneventfully as all the others. He leaned over his desk, quill tapping restlessly, when a soft crack stirred the quiet. "Redwood," came a voice from behind him, gruff but edged with urgency. Elias straightened. Standing by his desk was Senior Auror Bramwell Hart, a man whose calm presence was usually a promise that nothing truly disastrous was happening. Tonight, however, his brow was furrowed, and his cloak still held the chill of outdoors, as if he hadn't wasted a second coming here. "Sir?" Elias asked. Hart laid a sealed folder upon the desk. "You wanted a proper case. You're getting one, effective immediately." Elias felt his pulse quicken. "What's happened?" "Marla Dovewood," Hart said, lowering his voice. "The curse breaker. She came to the ministry an hour ago claiming a memory was stolen from her. Not obliviated, stolen." Elias frowned. "Stolen? As in extracted?" "Exactly. And she insists it wasn't done by force of wand. She claims something else took it. Something she couldn't see." Elias blinked. Memory extraction without visible magic, without a wand, was not only unheard of, it was meant to be impossible. Even tampering with one's own memories required immense skill. Hart watched him closely. The memory in question concerns the location of a sealed vault from the First Wizarding War. A vault containing experimental spellwork far too dangerous to be loosed upon the world. A vault of forgotten, volatile magic. Elias imagined the consequences of such knowledge falling into the wrong hands. He felt his breath tighten. "Why give this to me?" Elias asked quietly. "Wouldn't this warrant a senior team?" Hart's gaze softened, but only slightly. "Because Dovewood requested you by name." Elias stared. She knows me?" "Not personally, no, but she's followed your trainee work. She seems to think you'll be unbiased. And given the nature of her claim, that may be exactly what we need." Elias tried to steady himself. He had trained for years, studied harder than most, and worked relentlessly, but the weight of such a case pressed upon him all the same. The ministry did not simply lose memories, and memories tied to wartime secrets were not taken lightly. Hart gestured toward the file. "Read it on the way. She's waiting in interview chamber 3. Elias rose at once, fastening his cloak, slipping the folder under his arm. The corridor lamps dimmed and brightened as he passed, as though reacting to the shift in his thoughts. Anticipation twinged with unease. The ministry at night felt like a different place, quieter, older, secretive. Magic thrummed faintly behind the gilded doors of departments sealed until morning. His footsteps echoed in the hallway leading to the interview chambers, where matters too sensitive for daylight were often addressed. Outside chamber 3, Elias paused. Not from fear exactly, rather from the awareness that once he stepped through that door, his life as an ordinary junior Auror would be over. Whispers of the case had already begun to form in his mind. The missing memory, the impossible method of its removal, the vault of forbidden spells. He breathed in, steadying himself, then opened the door. Marla Dovewood sat at the center table, her hands wrapped around a steaming cup of tea. She looked exhausted but alert, her eyes flicking up immediately when Elias entered. She studied him with a sharp, assessing gaze. "You're Elias Redwood," she said, as though confirming the accuracy of her prediction. "Yes, ma'am," he replied, taking his seat across from her. "Senior Auror Hart briefed me on the situation, but I'd like to hear it in your own words." She nodded, leaning forward. "Something took a memory from my mind. Not erased it, removed it. As cleanly as if I'd placed it in a pensieve myself." "What memory was stolen?" "The location of Vault 7. Her grip tightened around her cup. The vault where the Ministry stored spell experiments deemed too unstable to destroy." Elias tried not to react, but she noticed anyway. "Yes," she said quietly. "That vault." He composed himself. "Do you recall anything about the attack? Any sensation? Any figure?" Marla shook her head slowly. "That's the trouble. I remember everything clearly up until the moment before it happened. Then nothing. As if someone plucked a thread from a tapestry, clean and deliberate." "Do you believe you were targeted?" "Without question." Elias took a moment. Her claim bordered on the unbelievable, yet her eyes held the unshakable certainty of someone who knew her own mind well. "Why take only one memory?" he asked. "Because it was the only one that mattered," Marla replied. "Without it, the vault might as well be lost to time. But if someone else has it..." She paused. "They could find it before the Ministry realizes what has been done." A quiet tension settled between them. Elias set down his quill. "I will take this case, and I promise you, I will find your missing memory." Marla nodded, though a flicker of doubt crossed her features. Doubt not in him, but in what awaited them both. For somewhere in the dark corridors of the wizarding world, a thief now held a secret meant never to be unearthed again. And Elias Redwood, on the cusp of his first true assignment, felt destiny stirring like a storm just beyond the horizon. Elias left the interview chamber with Marla Dovewood's final solemn words echoing through his thoughts. The door closed softly behind him, yet it felt as though something far heavier had settled upon his shoulders. The Ministry corridor stretched ahead, dim and still, its silence broken only by the whisper of enchanted lanterns as they flickered to life in his passing. Each step carried him deeper into the path he had chosen, one that no longer allowed retreat. He opened the case folder at last, letting the parchment rustle like dry leaves in a restless wind. Notes scrawled in Hart's brisk handwriting summarized Marla's account, the timeline of her movements, and a list of potential suspects. But none of it answered the question gnawing at him. How had a memory been taken without visible magic? He read the summary once more, but the details felt like pieces from two different puzzles forced together. He soon found himself before the tall doors of the Auror records room. They parted silently at his touch, revealing rows of shelves heavy with case files, magical crime histories, and records of those who had attempted forbidden forms of memory manipulation. The lamps in this chamber burned a steady pale blue, casting long, grave shadows between the aisles. Elias moved to the section marked Unsanctioned Memory Magic. His fingers brushed spines of grim titles, confiscated notes on cognitive binding, the Fenwick case of 1922, the study of wandless obliviation and its fatal consequences. The air grew colder the deeper he went, as though the knowledge stored here carried its own chill. He selected 3 volumes and settled at a nearby table. Time slipped away as he searched, not for answers, but for possibilities. Any precedent, any documented anomaly that might mirror Marla's account. Several cases mentioned forced memory extraction, but all involved wands, spells, or potions, never a theft without trace. It was as he turned a brittle page in an obscure report that something caught his eye. A theoretical proposal on non-wand memory displacement, conceptual only, deemed unfeasible. Withdrawn after misuse by researcher Peregrine Th. The rest of the line had been charmed into illegibility. Elias leaned closer, but the enchantment refused to reveal more. Still, the name, half complete, yet unmistakable, lodged itself in his mind. He felt as though he had brushed against a thread of a web still hidden in the dark. Before he could pursue the fragment further, a knock startled him. He turned to find Hart standing at the doorway, cloak wrapped close as if he'd hurried through a draft. "You're still here," the senior Auror remarked. His eyes swept the scattered books. "Good. You'll need every scrap of knowledge you can gather. There has been a development." Elias closed the nearest volume, rising at once. "What happened?" "Marla Dovewood collapsed minutes after you left her. St. Mungo's healers say she'll recover, but something reacted inside her mind, something resisting their attempts to stabilize her memory pathways." Hart's expression darkened. "It appears the missing memory was only the first wound." Elias felt a chill coil through him. "Do they think the thief left something behind?" "They're not sure, but they found this." Hart handed him a small, folded parchment. "She dropped it as she fainted. It bears your name." Elias unfolded the parchment. A single line of handwriting crossed it, sharp, hurried, as though written under threat. "Find the traces in the dust, nothing more." Hart watched him, arms crossed. "Does it mean anything to you?" Elias shook his head. "Not yet." "Auror Redwood," Hart said quietly. "This case may reach deeper than we imagined. If you feel outmatched, say so now." But Elias felt something awakening in his chest, not pride, nor reckless confidence, but a resolute clarity. The conflict had sharpened. Find the stolen memory before the thief uncovered the vault. And now Marla's condition added a new urgency. He met Hart's gaze. "I'm staying on the case." Hart nodded, though a flicker of concern lingered in his eyes. "Then, begin where she was likely attacked. Her home. I've secured clearance for you to search it without delay." The trip to Marla's residence carried Elias through the quiet outskirts of wizarding London, where houses blended with shadows and hedgerows whispered with old enchantments. Marla lived in a modest but well-protected cottage near an enchanted creek, its wards shimmering faintly as Elias approached. He lifted his wand and murmured the authorization charm. The wards recognized the ministry's seal and parted like silver mist. The cottage interior was neat, orderly, almost too orderly. Books lined the walls, maps pinned with delicate charms hovered over desks, and peculiar instruments glowed faintly with dormant magic. Nothing appeared disturbed. Yet Elias felt an undercurrent in the air, like tension lingering after lightning. He began his search, moving slowly, methodically. He examined shelves, quills, parchment stacks, the hearth where embers still smoldered softly. But nothing revealed how the memory had been taken. His eyes drifted upward, studying the rafters, then downward again, and he noticed it. A thin scattering of dust across the floorboards, seemingly untouched, except for a faint, irregular pattern near the study table. As he knelt, the dust shimmered slightly, reacting to his presence. "Find the traces in the dust." He whispered an incantation, Revellium Memoria, and the air stirred. The dust lifted like silver breath, swirling and shaping into a delicate arc suspended above the floor, a ghostly impression of movement. A presence had stood here. Then another shape formed, two hands reaching forward, pressing close around something unseen. A memory. Elias's pulse thundered. Someone had extracted the memory from Marla here, in this very room, without leaving a single footprint, only a disruption in the dust, subtle enough that only Marla herself might have noticed. But what disturbed Elias most was the nature of the imprint. The shapes of the hands were blurred, indistinct, as though belonging to someone not entirely present in this moment of time. The dust image quivered, then dissolved. Elias rose slowly, someone capable of stepping between moments or shielding their presence from time's usual flow. Magic that bordered on the forbidden. He extinguished the spell and stepped back, mind racing. The conflict had deepened. Someone with impossible skill had taken Marla's memory and left behind shadows of their passing. As he moved to leave the study, a soft creak stirred behind him. He turned sharply. A piece of parchment lay on the table where none had been before. Fresh ink glistened upon it. "You are already behind, Auror." The air felt suddenly colder, as though the unseen intruder hovered just beyond the reach of his senses. Elias tightened his grip on his wand. The hunt had truly begun. Elias stood motionless, the message on the parchment seeming to pulse with its own quiet menace. The ink was still wet, gleaming faintly beneath the lantern light, as though written by a hand that had vanished only heartbeats ago. A wavering hush filled the cottage, settling into every rafter and shadow. It felt as though the house itself held its breath, waiting to see whether he would falter. But he did not. Fear might coil around the timid, but an Auror must walk forward even when the path grows dark and strange. He tucked the parchment into his cloak and began a slow sweep of the room once more. This time, he searched not for evidence, but for signs of magic lingering in the air, the faint residue left by spells, even those most expertly cast. He murmured an incantation, and pale silver light unfurled from the tip of his wand, washing across the study like a gentle tide. And there, near the window, the magic caught against something unseen. Elias approached. A distortion hovered in the air like ripples over water. He steadied his breath and touched the edge of it. At his contact, the distortion flickered, revealing the faint outline of a symbol drawn in shimmering residue. Circular, interlaced with 3 slender lines that seemed to twist around one another like strands of memory itself. He did not recognize it, yet something in its form stirred an impression of old, abandoned research, work whispered about in the ministry, but never spoken plainly. Secretive scholars, withdrawn studies, experiments deemed too dangerous or too unpredictable for continued exploration. A sign of someone who wished to hide in the spaces between magic and memory. Elias traced the symbol with his eyes, committing every twist and turn to memory. The figure offered no answers, only a quiet promise that the adversary he faced was clever enough to leave a mark that would puzzle even the most learned. As he lowered his wand, a rustling sound drifted from the hallway. At once, Elias moved toward it, cloak whispering behind him, wand raised. He turned the corner and found nothing. Only the dim corridor, lined with hanging portraits that slept in their frames. But one portrait was not sleeping. A painted wizard with a narrow face and darting eyes peered down the hallway anxiously. "You there?" Elias said softly, stepping closer. "How long have you been awake?" "Only a moment," the painted man replied, his voice edged with timidity. "I felt a disturbance, a strange shiver in the air. Did you see anyone? Anything move past this hallway before I arrived?" The portrait hesitated, glancing about nervously as though fearing its own answer. "I saw only a blur, sir, as though someone moved too swiftly to be properly seen. A streak, pale and wavering, as if its edges did not wish to remain fixed." A cold certainty tightened in Elias's chest. Did it go toward the door, or deeper into the cottage? "Toward the door," whispered the portrait. Elias inclined his head. "If it returns, or if you see anything else, call out." "I will hear." The painted wizard nodded earnestly, grateful for the instruction. Elias hurried outside. The night pressed close around the cottage, shadows stretching across the grass like reaching arms. The wards still shimmered faintly, untouched. Whoever had been inside had passed through without disturbing them, either slipping behind their notice or bypassing them with a technique beyond Elias's knowledge. He moved through the yard, scanning the ground with sweeping arcs of his wand. There were no footprints, no broken branches, no trace of magical discharge. It was as though the intruder had been made of air. Yet one thing caught his eye, a glint of pale dust drifting lazily along the ground, carried by no evident wind. He followed the trail as it wound between the hedges and down a narrow footpath leading toward the old enchanted creek. The shimmering dust thickened the nearer he drew, like the tail of a ghostly comet. At the creek's edge, the trail ended abruptly. The water was still, reflecting the moon as an unbroken silver coin. Elias extended his wand over the surface. No spells lingered here. The intruder had vanished, evaporated into the night like mist, or stepped through time itself. The thought whispered unbidden, but he could not brush it aside. Certain Department of Mysteries experiments had once sought to thread memory with temporal distortion, binding recollection to the fabric of moments. If such research had been revived by some rogue scholar, he could not yet draw conclusions. He could only follow the trail laid before him. When he returned to the cottage, he searched carefully for anything Marla might have left behind, other than the cryptic message. In a drawer beneath her desk, he found a worn leather notebook, its cover etched with protective runes. It opened at his touch, revealing pages filled with notes on memory theory, dense, meticulous, and increasingly unconventional. Near the end of the notebook, a page had been torn out. He stared at the ragged edge. The missing page's absence felt deliberate, purposeful, like the absence of her stolen memory. Something vital had been taken from here as well. He closed the notebook. The conflict sharpened again. Find the thief who moved unseen, the one who mastered magic beyond the ministry's ken, someone who could reach into a mind and leave almost nothing behind. With one last sweep of the cottage to ensure no further evidence remained, Elias extinguished the lanterns, allowing the quiet darkness to reclaim the room. He stepped outside, sealing the door with a ministry charm. A faint breeze stirred through the trees, carrying with it the subtle fragrance of night-blooming ivy and the dim song of the nearby creek. Yet beneath the serenity, a tension simmered, something watching, something waiting. Elias turned his gaze toward the winding road beyond the cottage. He must return to the ministry. There were files to cross-reference, sigils to research, and a name to unearth, one that had been half hidden by charms in the records room. Peregrine Th. He whispered the fragment to the night. It seemed to linger in the air, heavy with implication. Elias drew his cloak closer and set off along the path, footsteps steady, heart burning with a quiet resolve. For somewhere in the darkness, an enemy stepped lightly between moments, shaping dangers that could unravel more than one memory, and the hunt had only begun to reveal its true shape. The Ministry of Magic loomed before Elias as he apparated to the shadowed courtyard reserved for Auror transport. The night still clung to the sky, though the earliest hint of dawn brushed faint silver against the farthest horizon. Elias strode through the great doors, his cloak whispering behind him as he made his way toward the Auror office, its halls hushed, its lamps humming faintly like a choir of distant fireflies. He did not pause at his desk. He went instead to the records room, where truth lay buried beneath layers of dust and forgotten ink. The door opened with a groan, as though protesting the late hour and the secrets it was about to reveal once more. Elias summoned quill and parchment, then withdrew the single clue he possessed, the fragment of a name concealed by ministry censors. The half-faded line still lingered in his thoughts, like a whisper that refused to die. Peregrine Th. He ran his hand along the spines of the restricted files until he found one labeled Discontinued Researchers. He pulled it free and laid it upon the table. Dust rose in a cloudy sigh as he opened the book, revealing rows of names. Some crossed out, others charmed into silence. He scanned each column, searching for any scrap, any hint. And there it was, Peregrine Thatch, formerly of the Department of Mysteries, expelled for unauthorized experiments involving temporal overlays and cognitive bindings. The entry glowed faintly, resisting his attempt to read further. Whatever details once followed had been deliberately sealed by the highest levels of the ministry. Elias pressed gently against the charm, feeling the old magic strain, but hold fast. He could not force it open, not without brashly exploiting powers he did not possess. Instead, he copied what he could onto his parchment, letting the quill scratch steadily across the page. As he worked, he felt a pressure at the back of his mind, an uncomfortable sensation, like standing too near a storm brewing beyond sight. He paused, wondering if fatigue had begun to pry at his senses. But the feeling persisted, faint yet unmistakable, as though unseen threads were weaving themselves around him. He rose from his seat and extinguished the lanterns. Darkness pooled around the shelves as he walked toward the far end of the room, guided only by memory. Here, tucked beneath an ancient shelf, lay a cabinet that held confiscated and incomplete magical studies. The doors creaked open, revealing scrolls bound with red string, their seals cracked but not broken. He sifted through them until he found a box labeled Failed Applications of Non-Wand Memory Magic. A shiver ran down his spine. He lifted the lid. Inside were reports so faded they seemed barely tethered to reality. Notes on experiments that sought to manipulate thought through ambient magical fields rather than direct spells. Many were deemed impossible. Others were labeled catastrophic. But the final scroll caught his eye. It bore the initials PT. The wax was broken, as though the scroll had once been examined and stuffed back in haste. Elias unrolled it carefully upon the table. Words danced across the page. Preliminary results indicate that memories can be loosened from the mind through temporal displacement rather than extraction. Instead of pulling, one need only shift a moment of thought out of sequence. The scroll trembled slightly beneath his fingertips, reacting to the enchantments woven into its ink. Elias read on. But stability of presence remains the obstacle. The caster becomes blurred, half here, half caught between instants. Prolonged use risks slipping entirely from the timeline unless anchored by a physical artifact. Elias felt his breath still. A blurred figure, the portrait's account, the shimmering dust trailing toward the creek. The intruder had not simply moved quickly, they had moved between moments. He traced the final lines. Memory displacement leaves faint temporal residue detectable only by those trained to sense distortions. If used improperly, the technique may cause mental fractures in the target, especially if the extracted memory safeguards a larger vault of secrets. Marla's collapse, the warning message she'd struggled to send. Elias rolled the scroll again, sealing it in his cloak. He felt the foundation of the case shifting beneath him, no longer a puzzle of simple theft, but a tangle of forbidden studies woven with dangerous precision. He needed guidance, wisdom beyond what the dusty shelves could give. He turned toward the door, but someone waited there. A tall figure stood in the threshold, unhooded, yet wrapped in a cloak so dark it swallowed the lantern light. Their presence rippled the air, bending it in faint distortions, like heat rising from stone, but colder. Elias stiffened, wand rising at once. "Who are you?" he demanded. The figure did not answer. They lifted a hand, and for a heartbeat their edges blurred, shifting, flickering, as though struggling to exist in this moment. A whisper drifted from them, thin as dying breath. "Step aside." Elias held his ground. "You're the one who stole Marla Dovewood's memory." The figure hesitated, head tilting in a motion that felt almost curious. Marla, meddled, she touched upon knowledge sealed for a reason. Elias advanced a single step, wand steady. "Return the memory." A soft sound escaped the figure, neither laugh nor sigh, but something caught between. "I cannot. It no longer rests with me." Before Elias could demand more, the air around the intruder trembled, their form blurred again, growing faint as candle smoke. "Your time grows short, Auror." Elias struck. "Stupefy." The spell shot forward in a blaze of red light, but passed through the figure as though they were made of mist. The intruder flickered sharply, their outline shattering into shards of silver light. For an instant, Elias glimpsed a face, pale, sharp, marked by lines of worry and brilliance twisted into something perilous. Then the figure vanished, leaving only a breath of cold and a tremor in the air. Elias lowered his wand slowly, heart thundering. The confrontation confirmed what he feared. He hunted an enemy who stepped across time as easily as others crossed a room. And that enemy served a purpose he did not yet understand. He searched the threshold for residue, but found only a faint trace of the same shimmering dust that had marked the path by the creek. Elias pocketed a sample into a small file, then strode from the records room, his resolve hardened. The conflict sharpened once more. Discover the intruder's identity, recover the stolen memory, and prevent the opening of a vault sealed for the protection of all. As he moved down the silent corridor, dawn's first light filtered through the high windows, pale and uncertain. A new day had begun, and with it, the shadows lengthened behind the truth he sought. Elias Redwood did not stop walking until he reached the quiet alcove outside the Auror office, where a narrow bench sat beneath a tapestry of ancient spellcasters weaving protective charms across the firmament. The dawn's early glow filtered through the high window, dim and uncertain, casting pale light upon the floor as though the sun itself approached the new day with caution. Elias sat heavily, the events of the night turning through his mind like pages caught in a restless wind. He had faced the intruder, if only for a moment, and though the encounter had been brief, it revealed a truth he had scarcely dared consider. His foe was not merely skilled. They were unanchored in time. He drew the cloak tighter around himself and withdrew the small phial of shimmering dust he had collected. The motes drifted in lazy spirals within the glass, each one glimmering faintly as though reflecting light from some distant hour rather than the present. He turned it slowly, watching how the dust resisted settling, as though gravity itself could not fully claim it. A soft step approached. Elias looked up to see Senior Auror Hart striding toward him, his face marked with fatigue. He carried 2 steaming cups, one of which he offered without speaking. Elias accepted gratefully, warming his hands against the ceramic. "You look as though you aged a year and an hour," Hart murmured. "Perhaps I have," Elias replied, though not unkindly. "Sir, someone approached me in the records room, someone who moved, strangely, as though time did not hold them properly." Hart's expression sharpened, but he waited. Elias recounted the encounter in precise detail, the rippling air around the figure, the blurred edges, their cryptic words, and the momentary flash of a pale, sharp face caught between instants. When he finished, Hart exhaled slowly. "I feared we might face something like this," the Senior Auror said, rubbing his temples. "The Department of Mysteries once pursued research into temporal manipulation. Dangerous work abandoned for good reason. I was a young Auror then, fresh out of training. Rumors circulated of a researcher who believed memories were threads linking past and present, capable of being tugged across time." "Peregrine Thatch," Elias said softly. Hart nodded once. "The same. Brilliant, reckless, impossible to rein in. No one could fully grasp what he was attempting, but whatever it was, the ministry feared it more than they understood it. He was expelled, his research sealed away." Elias's pulse quickened. If he has returned, and if he has refined what he began, then he could step between moments, just as you described. Hart's voice darkened. And if he extracted Marla Dovewood's memory, he did so with a technique no Auror is trained to combat. Elias clenched his jaw. "Is he our adversary?" "I cannot say," Hart replied. "But his work drew dangerous curiosity. Others sought to replicate it, some for knowledge, some for power. If Thatch is involved, he may not be working alone." The idea granted no comfort. Elias set down his cup and leaned forward. "Sir, Marla mentioned that the vault held experimental spell work from the First Wizarding War, spells that were never meant to be used or even studied again. If someone found them, they would hold the kind of magic the Ministry hopes the world has forgotten," Hart finished grimly. "And the location of that vault lies in a memory now stolen." The urgency of the conflict pressed in from all sides. Elias did not shy from it. Rather, he felt it kindling something fierce and resolute within him. Hart seemed to read his determination. "There is one who may guide you further," he said at last. "An unspeakable who has long studied temporal anomalies, quietly, discreetly. He owes me a favor. I will arrange a meeting." Elias rose. "Where?" "In the archives beneath the time chamber," Hart replied. "Few tread there anymore. The place unsettles even experienced minds." Before Elias could respond, a soft chime echoed through the corridor. A flying parchment spiraled toward them, bearing the healer's seal. Hart caught it midair and skimmed the message. His eyes narrowed. "Marla Dovewood has awakened." Elias's heart quickened. "Can we speak to her?" "She is lucid," Hart confirmed, though weakened. "If she can speak at all, it must be now, before the strain of the missing memory worsens." They left immediately, passing through the Ministry's labyrinthine corridors and emerging into the flue chamber. Hart stepped into the flames first, calling out their destination, and Elias followed. St. Mungo's rose before them, tall, solemn, and ever watchful, its enchanted windows flickering with soft hues of healing light. Inside, the corridors wound like gentle rivers, carrying the scents of potions and herbs blended into a strange, comforting breeze. They found Marla Dovewood in a quiet ward. She sat propped against pillows, her face pale but eyes bright with urgency. A healer adjusted the glowing runes surrounding her head, then stepped back as Elias and Hart approached. Marla's gaze fixed upon Elias instantly. "Redwood, you saw something, didn't you? Something that does not remain still." "Yes," Elias said softly. "We believe the attacker manipulates time." A shiver crossed her expression, not fear, but recognition. "Then you must stop him before the memory is used. I understand now what I felt, what was taken. The vault's location lies beyond ordinary maps. Its entrance is hidden in a moment rather than a place." Elias exchanged a startled glance with Hart. "A moment?" Marla nodded faintly. "Long ago, a group of spellwrights sealed the vault to a single instant. A sliver of time preserved like a bead on a thread. Only one who knew the memory could step into it. If the memory falls into the wrong hands, the vault will open to them alone." The gravity of her words settled like frost across the room. Elias leaned closer. "Marla, who else knew the nature of your research?" Her breathing faltered, the strain visible. "Only a few, but one among them feared the vault might yet return to light. He believed knowledge should never be buried, not even dangerous knowledge." "Who?" Elias urged gently. She struggled, then whispered a single name, a name that made Hart stiffen. "Ashwin Vale." Elias searched his memory. "Vale, the historian from the Department of Magical Law?" Marla nodded weakly. "He vanished months ago, said he sought clarity in forgotten things. I believe he found Thatch's abandoned studies." Elias felt the pieces shifting again. Thatch's research, Vale's disappearance, the intruder's blurred form, 3 threads twisting into a single dangerous weave. Marla grasped Elias's wrist, her voice thin but determined. "Find Vale, and you will find the memory." The healer intervened then, urging rest. Marla sank back, breath trembling. Elias stepped away, heart steadying around a new truth. The conflict had widened. The stolen memory was not simply in the hands of one man, but perhaps in the designs of 2. One lost to obsession, the other lost to time. Hart placed a hand on Elias's shoulder. "We leave at once. Vale's home was sealed by the ministry after his disappearance. If answers remain, they will be there." Elias nodded, resolve sharpening like a blade. For the path ahead no longer lay shrouded in guesswork. It wound now toward a vanished scholar, forbidden studies, and a vault locked within a moment. And Elias Redwood walked forward, ready to follow where destiny led. Ashwin Vale's home lay in a forgotten corner of wizarding London, a narrow, crooked row of houses that leaned toward one another as though whispering secrets across the cobblestones. Few wizards passed that way anymore. The lamps flickered strangely, dimming whenever a wanderer ventured too close, as if the street itself wished to remain undisturbed. Elias and Hart apparated to the lane's edge, their boots settling upon old stone veined with moss. A chill coiled through the air, not the natural cold of early morning, but the deeper hush of a place long abandoned. Hart surveyed the narrow street with a wary eye. "I remember sealing this residence," he murmured. Vale left without warning. No note, no message. He was brilliant in his own right, but far too curious for comfort. they approached a small, steep-roofed house squeezed between two taller, silent neighbors. Its windows were dark, dust filmed across the glass like frost. A ministry emblem shimmered faintly upon the door, a protective seal warning trespassers that the home was under investigation. Hart lifted his wand. Authorization: Hart, Bramwell, Auror Command. The seal dissolved with a brittle sigh. Elias pushed the door open. The air inside was stale, thick with the scent of parchment left untouched for months, but beneath it lingered something sharper, a faint metallic tang, like the aftertaste of magic performed in secrecy. The entryway opened into a cramped sitting room, every surface crowded with books, scrolls, and half-completed notes. Maps littered the walls, marked with constellations, dates, and strange annotations that crossed time rather than geography. Elias stepped carefully around a pile of opened texts. He was searching for something. Hart nodded grimly. Vale was fascinated by history, not events, but the ways in which magic shaped time itself. He believed forgotten knowledge could be restored if one understood how time preserved its own scars. Elias studied the nearest table. Ashwin Vale's handwriting flowed across the parchment in sweeping strokes, urgent and uneven. He lifted a page, eyes narrowing as he read. Temporal barriers do not resist inquiry, they resist intention. To pierce a sealed moment, one must step outside the rhythm of ordinary time. Peregrine's research hinted at this, yet he faltered by anchoring himself to unstable artifacts. Elias felt his pulse quicken, and he read further. If a mind holds knowledge of such a moment, then the mind becomes the key. Remove the key from its keeper, and the vault stands ready for whomever dares to claim it. Hart approached, eyes darkening as he scanned the writing. He was planning something, without doubt, but whether he acted on it? A sudden creak interrupted him. Elias raised his wand immediately, turning toward the narrow staircase that wound upward into darkness. Something moved above, a faint whisper of footfall far too deliberate to be the settling of an empty house. Hart motioned for silence. Together they ascended the stairs, each step groaning beneath their weight. The hallway above was dim, lit only by a cracked window where morning light filtered through dust like drifting ash. 3 doors lined the corridor. The second door quivered as though touched by an unseen hand. Elias stepped forward, wand at the ready. He pushed the door open. The room beyond was small, cluttered with journals, quills, and fragile parchments pinned across the walls. But what caught Elias's breath was at the center of the floor, a circular array of runes etched into the wood, shimmering faintly in hues of pale gold and muted blue. Within the circle hovered a thin veil of distortion, as though the air itself fractured into fragile layers, a temporal ritual site. Hart inhaled sharply. He wasn't merely studying Thatch's work, he was recreating it. Elias stepped closer, his eyes tracing the runes. They pulsed in slow, unsteady patterns, as though searching for a missing piece. A journal lay open near the edge of the circle. Elias read the nearest lines. Peregrine reached between moments, but lacked stability. I shall succeed where he faltered. The vault is bound to an instant, one preserved during the war. Without that instant, the vault lies adrift, but with it. The next sentence had been scratched out so violently, the parchment tore. Hart crouched beside him. This ritual, if completed, it could tear a wizard from time itself. Elias felt a tremor run through the floorboards. The distortion within the runes fluttered like a dying flame, expanding, then contracting, as though breathing. He stepped back instinctively, and then a voice whispered behind them. You should not have come." Both men spun around, wands raised. Ashwin Vale stood in the doorway, or rather, something that once resembled him. His edges flickered like those of the intruder Elias had encountered, though Vale's instability was greater. His limbs wavered, as though caught between two positions at once. His face was pale, stretched thin by strain, yet his eyes burned with fierce clarity. Hart's voice hardened. "Vale, what have you done to yourself?" "I have seen what others feared to look upon," Vale said, his form rippling as he stepped forward. Peregrine opened the path. I merely followed it farther. Elias felt pressure in the air intensify, bending around Vale as though gravity itself resisted holding him. "You stole Marla's memory," he said quietly. Vale shook his head, though the motion blurred. "No, I sought it. But another reached it first. Another who walks deeper in the thread of time than I. I followed only the remnants of his passage. Pieces began to align, though not neatly." Elias steadied his voice. "Where is the memory now?" Vale's gaze grew distant. "Somewhere between now and then, hidden by one who seeks the vault not for knowledge, but for power beyond mortal grasp." Hart stepped between them protectively. "Who is this other?" Vale's flickering form trembled as though straining against unseen forces. A man who believed the world too fragile to guide itself. A man who believed time should be shaped, not followed. "Peregrine Thatch," Elias whispered. Vale's eyes sharpened. "You have glimpsed him then. Be wary. He walks with only one foot left in time. He becomes less bound with every instant he steals." The runes on the floor flared suddenly, and Vale staggered, grasping the doorway as though reality slipped beneath him. "I cannot hold much longer," Vale gasped. "But listen to me. Seek the memory anchor. Without it, neither Thatch nor anyone else can command the vault." Marla hid it well. Elias's heart jolted. "Where?" Vale looked up at him, eyes burning, voice fading. In the moment she feared most. The room shuddered. Vale's shape tore like thinning fabric, scattering into drifting motes of silver light that spiraled into the runes. A hollow wind swept through the chamber. Ashwin Vale was gone. Silence fell. Hart exhaled slowly, lowering his wand. "We are in deeper waters than I feared." Elias stepped toward the trembling runes, his mind burning with a single truth. The memory was no longer enough. They now needed Marla's hidden moment, the memory anchor that bound the vault to time, and somewhere, Peregrine Thatch hunted for it too. Elias turned toward Hart, resolve settling around him like armor. "We must return to Marla. She alone knows where the moment lies." Hart nodded. "Then we waste no time." As they left Vale's shattered home, the flickering runes slowly dimmed behind them, their light fading like breath upon a window, but their warning lingered, etched upon Elias's heart. Time itself had become the battlefield. The corridors of St. Mungo's were quieter than before, as though the hospital itself sensed that something vast and unseen had begun to shift around it. Elias and Hart strode through the halls with urgency, sharpened by the encounter in Vale's house, their cloaks sweeping behind them like restless shadows. When they reached Marla Dovewood's ward, the healer stationed outside lifted a hand for silence. "She has regained strength," he whispered, "but her mind is strained. Ask what you must, yet do not press her past her limits." Elias nodded and stepped inside. Marla sat upright, the glow of the stabilizing runes casting soft hues across her weary face. But her eyes, those sharp, thoughtful eyes, lit with fierce clarity when she saw him. "You found Vale," she rasped, though the words were more statement than question. Elias approached her bedside. "We found what remains of him. He walked too long between moments. He said Thatch stole your memory, and that only the memory anchor can restore what was taken." Marla inhaled slowly, a tremor running through her frame. I feared this. Peregrine was always clever, but cleverness is no shield against ambition left to rot. Elias drew closer. "Vale said you hid the anchor in the moment you feared most. We must know what that means." Marla's gaze drifted past him, settling on some distant point only she could see. For a long, brittle heartbeat, Elias thought she might refuse to speak. Then she exhaled. "There is a spell," she murmured, "older than the ministry itself. A way to bind a memory to a moment in time, sealing it where only the memory's keeper can reach. But such binding requires a sacrifice, a moment so steeped in fear or truth that its imprint endures through all shifting hours." Hart stepped forward. "What moment did you choose, Marla?" Her hands tightened around the blanket. "The night my mentor died." Silence pressed down like a heavy cloak. Elias felt the air stir with the gravity of her confession. "Who was your mentor?" "Seraphine Marin," Marla whispered. "One of the last war-era curse breakers. She guarded the vault's secrets long before me. On the night she died, she passed the knowledge to me, knowledge I was not meant to bear. That night became etched in the very marrow of my memory." Elias absorbed the weight of her words. "You bound the anchor to that moment." "Yes," Marla breathed, "but binding is not enough. To retrieve the anchor, a spellcaster must enter the memory itself, not as a viewer, but as a participant. The boundary between present and past dissolves. A single misstep could trap the caster in the remembered moment forever." Hart frowned. "Thatch may attempt the same." Marla shook her head weakly. "Thatch walks between moments already, but he cannot reach what he does not understand. The anchor is not hidden in the memory alone, but in the emotion of it, the fear, the grief, the trust that passed between Seraphine and me. Without knowing that emotion, the moment rejects all intruders." Elias felt the first flicker of hope, faint but steady. Marla fixed her gaze upon him. "Redwood, if anyone can find the anchor, it must be you." Elias shook his head. "Why me?" "Because Thatch underestimates you," she whispered. "And Vale believed you could see what others miss. You will not seek power in the memory. You will seek truth. That is the difference." Elias swallowed, feeling the enormity of what lay ahead. "Tell me how to enter the moment." Marla extended a trembling hand. "Take my wand." He hesitated. "Marla." "Take it," she insisted, her voice suddenly fierce. "The anchor was forged with my magic. Only my wand can guide you to the threshold." Elias accepted the wand. It was warm, too warm, and pulsed with faint threads of magic that seemed to hum beneath his fingers. He tucked it safely into his cloak. "There is more," Marla said, leaning back as if the weight of memory pressed upon her lungs. "The ritual requires a location untouched by conjured time, a place where magic is still woven in its oldest form." Hart glanced at Elias, already sensing what she meant. "The old atrium." Marla nodded. "Beneath the ministry, few remember its existence, fewer still dare walk its halls. But its walls have held magic since the founding of our government. No temporal distortion can thrive there." Elias committed every detail to heart. The pieces of the conflict aligned. Thatch hunting the stolen memory, Vale consumed by forbidden research, and Marla's hidden anchor, the key to reclaiming the vault's location. But time itself was now a foe. Thatch could appear at any moment, stepping through instants like shadows between torch flames. Elias rose. "We will go to the atrium at once." Marla's eyes softened. "Elias, Seraphine was brave, braver than I will ever be. If you step into that moment, remember this: fear is not your enemy. It is the thread that binds the anchor. Walk with it, not against it." Hart placed a steadying hand on her arm. "Rest now, Marla. You've done more than enough." As they left the ward, Elias felt the wand in his cloak pulsing, as though tugged by an unseen current. The memory anchor awaited him, tethered to a night carved into Marla's soul. But they had scarcely reached the hospital steps when the air shuddered, softly at first, then violently, as if an unseen force swept through the street. A ripple of cold spilled across the pavement, bending the lamplight. Hart drew his wand. "He is near." Elias's heart hammered. "Thatch?" "No," came a thin voice behind them. They spun. A figure stood at the threshold of the hospital, blurred, ghost-like, flickering in and out of solidity. Elias recognized the haunted eyes, the fraying outline. Ashwin Vale. But he looked worse now, half unmade by the temporal storm tearing at his existence. He raised a shaking hand toward Elias. "Thatch moves faster than you think. He has found the first pathway to the vault. He hunts not only the anchor, but you." Elias stepped forward. "Why me?" Vale's voice cracked like breaking glass. "Because you stand between him and the hour of power he seeks. Beware the shadowed instant, Elias Redwood. Thatch will strike where time grows thin." A sharp tremor seized him. His form shattered into strands of silver, swirling into the wind like broken starlight. And he was gone. Elias clenched his jaw, a fire igniting within him. No more shadows, no more hints. The conflict had shed its veils. "Come," Hart said, voice low. "We head to the old atrium. Thatch will not claim the anchor first." Elias nodded, turning toward the ministry with the resolve of one who had crossed a threshold invisible to most. For the next battle would not be fought on familiar ground. It would unfold in the fragile space between memory and time. The Ministry of Magic seemed far older at nightfall, its corridors deeper, its walls lined with whispers of spells older than the wizards who walked them. Elias and Hart descended toward the old atrium, moving past sealed staircases and forgotten doorways that had not felt the touch of wand light in generations. The deeper they sank into the ministry's foundations, the more the air thickened with ancient enchantment, like breath held by stone. Their footsteps echoed, slow and deliberate, until at last they reached a massive iron gate worked with sigils that shimmered faintly in the gloom. The symbols pulsed with a deep, resonant hum, as though recognizing the arrival of wand-bearers after many years of solitude. Hart lifted his wand. "Stand beside me, Elias." The gate requires 2 Aurors to open. This was once the threshold through which our earliest predecessors sought counsel in times of dire need. Elias stepped to his side. Together, they pressed their wands to the gate. Old magic surged, awakening like a slumbering titan. The sigils brightened, threads of light weaving through the iron until the gate shuddered and parted, releasing a gust of air cold with the scent of forgotten years. They stepped inside. The old atrium stretched vast and hollow, its ceiling lost beyond darkness. Stone pillars lined the chamber, carved with the likenesses of wizards long vanished from history. A faint luminescence emanated from the floor. Circular runes wrought into the stone in delicate arcs, forming a pattern like a great star broken into pieces. Elias felt the air's weight shift as he crossed the threshold. There was no echo, no sound beyond their breaths, and the faint hum of ancient magic. Time itself felt sluggish here, dragging at his movements. The old atrium resisted anything swift, anything reckless. It was built before the ministry took its shape, Hart said softly. Back when magic was studied with reverence rather than regulation. Here, spells hold their original form. Nothing twisted by temporal manipulation can remain stable. Elias drew Marla's wand from his cloak. Its surface glowed faintly, responding to the ancient stillness around them. Hart nodded toward the center of the chamber. Begin there. The ritual must be anchored in this place alone. I will guard the perimeter. Elias approached the center rune, an elegant spiral carved into the stone, circling inward like the coil of an ancient serpent. He knelt, placing Marla's wand at its heart. The wand vibrated softly, as though recognizing this place. He took a steadying breath and drew his own wand. The memory he must enter was not his own. It belonged to Marla, a night of fear, grief, and inheritance. And somewhere within it lay the memory anchor, hidden in the very emotion that shaped the moment. Elias whispered the ancient incantation Marla had taught him. Intra memoriam vetustam, voca veritatem occultam, per me per vinculum, revele momenta sigillata. The runes ignited. A low hum filled the vast chamber as light spiraled outward from the center rune, spreading in gentle waves. The floor beneath Elias shimmered like moonlit water. His vision blurred, not from brightness, but from the way the atrium seemed to fold inward, drawing him toward another place, another time. Hart watched tensely, wand raised, uncertain of what might emerge. Elias felt the world tilt. His breath caught. Then the atrium vanished. Cold rain struck his face. Elias staggered but caught himself, boots skidding on slick earth. Darkness wrapped around him, night so thick it felt almost solid. He turned in place, heart pounding. He stood in a forest clearing. A storm churned above the treetops, lightning raking the sky with white fire. The smell of damp soil and ash filled the air. Shapes moved in the shadows, branches thrashing in the wind, leaves scattering like frightened birds. This was Marla's memory, the moment she feared most. He heard voices. Two figures stood at the center of the clearing, one a woman with wind-swept gray hair, the other a younger Marla, trembling beneath the storm's fury. Between them lay a small chest carved with runes Elias did not recognize. Seraphine Marin. Her presence radiated strength, a weary strength, as if carved from years of duty. She spoke urgently to Marla, though the words were muffled by the storm. Elias tried to approach, but an invisible barrier shimmered around the scene. He could observe, but not intervene. "Where is the anchor?" he whispered. Thunder cracked overhead. Seraphine placed a hand on Marla's shoulder. Her lips moved, and though the storm distorted the sound, Elias heard fragments. "Knowledge is a burden. Guard it. Hide it where only your heart may find it." Marla nodded, tears mingling with rain. A surge of magic sparked through the clearing, white, sharp, and violent. Elias shielded his eyes as a figure broke through the trees, wand raised, face obscured by shadow. Seraphine pushed Marla aside, lifting her wand to deflect the incoming curse. The moment froze. Not paused, frozen. The storm halted mid-rumble. Rain suspended in air like shards of glass. The arc of a spell froze before Seraphine's wand. The shadowed attacker stood motionless as stone. Elias felt a tremor ripple through the memory. Someone else was here. A voice echoed behind him. "You walk boldly, Auror, but boldness alone will not save you." Elias turned sharply. Peregrine thatch stood at the edge of the clearing, broken from time, half-formed, yet frighteningly composed. his expression twisted with fascination as he studied the suspended memory. "So this is where she hid it," Thatch murmured. "A clever woman, but not clever enough." He stepped closer, drifting between instants like a wounded ghost. Elias raised his wand. "Leave this place, Thatch. The memory isn't yours." Thatch laughed softly, a sound brittle as cracking ice. "Everything within memory belongs to time, and time," his form flickered violently, "belongs to me." He thrust his hand toward the suspended moment. The frozen image of Marla and Seraphine shuddered, cracks of shimmering light forming like fractures in glass. "No!" Elias shouted, rushing forward. The barrier shattered. The storm roared back. The clearing erupted in blinding white light as Thatch tore at the memory, ripping threads of emotion and time apart. Elias lunged, using Marla's wand in his left hand and his own in his right. He crossed the beams of their magic, forming a protective arc that wrapped around the collapsing memory. Thatch hissed, "Foolish child. You cannot guard what you do not understand." The storm intensified, swirling around Thatch as he advanced. Elias held his ground. The memory anchor pulsed beneath the chaos. Hidden, waiting, he felt it, like a heartbeat beneath the earth, buried not in action, but in emotion. Seraphine's final breath of trust, Marla's grief, their unbroken bond. Elias closed his eyes and reached into the fear. Light burst, filling the forest, washing away the storm, the enemy, the moment itself. And then the world shattered into silence. Silence, vast, absolute, and unnerving, wrapped around Elias like a veil. For a breathless moment, he felt weightless, suspended in a space that was neither memory nor present, neither dream nor waking. There was no forest, no storm, no frozen moment of grief, only a pale, endless glow stretching in all directions, as if the world had been washed clean of all shape and sound. He opened his eyes fully. The ground beneath him was smooth as marble, yet warm like living earth. Wisps of light drifted through the air, folding and unfolding as though they possessed a heartbeat of their own. Each wisp shimmered faintly, and when Elias looked closer, he realized they held images, fragments of memories, drifting like petals upon an unseen breeze. He reached toward one. It blossomed briefly into a vision of Marla as a child, laughing with Seraphine beneath a summer sky. Then it dissolved, swirling upward before fading into the mist. "This is not the memory," Elias murmured. "This is the space between." A soft wind stirred, though no source revealed itself. The wind carried faint echoes, whispers of lives lived, voices of moments long since past. He turned slowly, wand raised, taking in the strange place he had fallen into. A boundary between time and emotion, the threshold of the memory anchor. He moved forward, each step sending ripples across the luminous ground. In the distance, a figure formed, a silhouette sitting upon a low stone dais. Elias approached carefully. As the light parted, his breath caught. It was Seraphine Marin, not frozen as she had been in the memory, but serene, her features calm, her presence steady as the roots of an ancient tree. She looked exactly as Marla had described, wise, weary, but unbroken by the burdens she carried. Yet she was not alive, nor merely a memory. She was the anchor's guardian, an echo shaped by Marla's love and fear. Seraphine lifted her gaze. "Elias Redwood." Her voice flowed like a gentle river, soft yet carrying weight beyond the mortal world. "You have stepped past the veil of recollection," she continued. "Few dare walk this place, and fewer still survive its trial. Why have you come?" Elias steadied himself. "To retrieve the memory anchor. Thatch hunts it. If he reaches the vault..." Seraphine raised a hand. Yes, I have watched the shadows of time shudder beneath his touch. His ambition gnaws at the threads of magic itself. Her luminous form dimmed slightly. But the anchor cannot be claimed by will alone. It must be understood. Elias took a breath. Then show me how. She smiled faintly. The anchor is not an object, Elias. It is not hidden in the earth, nor sealed in a chest. It lives within a single moment of truth, born from fear, held by courage. Marla forged it the night she watched me fall. She feared losing me, yet she accepted the knowledge I placed in her hands. The light around them shifted, swirling faster. To claim the anchor, Seraphine said, you must walk that moment, not as a witness, but as Marla herself. Elias stiffened. What do you mean? She rose to her feet, her robes drifting like mist around her ankles. You must feel what she felt, the dread of loss, the burden of inheritance. Only then will the anchor reveal itself to you. A tremor shook the chamber of light. Elias's heart pounded. Thatch is already tearing the memory apart. There is no time. You misunderstand, Seraphine said gently. Here, there is only time. And all of it waits for your choosing. She extended her hand toward him. The world fractured. In an instant, the radiant void folded back into the forest clearing. Rain slammed into Elias with icy force. The storm roared overhead, the sky torn by lightning. He gasped. The cold was real, the fear sharp. He stood not as an observer, but in Marla's place. Seraphine was before him, wand raised, shielding him, her, from the shadowed attacker who burst through the trees. Elias felt Marla's terror race through his veins like fire. Every sound sharpened, the snap of branches, the hiss of rain, the thrum of fear in his chest. The attacker's spell streaked toward Seraphine, a streak of green light. No! The cry tore from Elias's throat. Seraphine leapt into its path. His world shattered. The scream that escaped his lips was not his own, but Marla's, raw, agonized, the sound of a soul cracking. Elias felt the moment burn through him, fear merging with grief so fierce it pulled breath from his lungs. He collapsed to his knees, rain soaking his robes, the cold sinking deep into his bones. Seraphine's body fell through the storm. Elias reached for her, but his hand passed through her like mist. He choked. The pain was relentless, suffocating. Never had he felt such sorrow. Never had a memory gripped him so mercilessly. And beneath that grief, a pulse. A faint golden glow flickered at the edge of his vision. He turned. There, suspended above the forest floor, floated a small sphere of light, quivering like a trembling flame. As he stared, it drifted toward him. The memory anchor, forged from Marla's terror and her courage, born from the final breath of Seraphine's trust. Elias rose unsteadily, arm reaching toward the sphere, but a roar split the clearing. The storm bent sideways as a figure tore into the moment. Thatch, his form cracking with temporal strain, eyes burning with triumph. At last, he hissed, the anchor reveals itself. Elias raised his wand. Step back, Thatch. You have no claim to it. Thatch smiled, teeth glinting like shards of ice. Time bends to purpose, Auror, and my purpose is far greater than yours. He lunged toward the sphere. Elias sprang forward, intercepting him. Their wands clashed, light erupting in violent sparks. The storm screamed around them, trees bowing as if under some colossal weight. Thatch shoved Elias backward, his movements unnatural, flickering between positions faster than the eye should follow. Elias struck the ground hard, breath knocked from him. Thatch reached for the sphere, and the anchor flared, blasting him with a wave of golden force. He He staggered, howling, his form distorting, flickering on the verge of collapse. "You cannot wield it," Elias said, rising slowly. "It was forged from Marla's heart. You were never part of that moment." Thatch glared at him, fury twisting his features. "Then I shall tear the moment apart to claim it." He raised both hands. The memory trembled violently, rain reversing, lightning halting mid-air, Seraphine's form shifting like a reflection in broken water. Elias gripped both wands, his and Marla's. He stepped into the glow of the anchor, and the moment obeyed him. Light surged like a sunrise breaking through a storm. The forest dissolved into gold. Thatch stumbled back, screaming as the moment rejected him, time shredding around his half-anchored form. "No, Elias, you do not understand what you are." His words ripped into silence. Elias grasped the anchor. It fused into his palm, warm as breath, bright as hope. He breathed, and the world shattered into light once more. Light washed through Elias like a tide, warm and brilliant, carrying with it the echo of a memory that was not his, yet now lived within him. For a heartbeat, longer, deeper, stranger than any heartbeat he had ever felt, he floated in a sea of gold. There was no storm, no forest, no tearing of time, only the steady pulse of the anchor beating in rhythm with his own spirit. Then, as though the world inhaled, the brilliance dissolved. He stood once more in the old atrium. The chamber was exactly as he had left it, the runes glowing faintly beneath his boots, the ancient pillars watching in silent judgment, the air still heavy with the weight of magic older than centuries. Yet something had changed. The floor shimmered beneath him, reacting to the anchor now bound within him. Hart was at his side in an instant, gripping his shoulder. "Elias," he said, breath tight. "You vanished from the atrium for nearly a minute. What happened? Did you find it?" Elias lifted his gaze, still breathless. "I saw the moment, the truth of it. The anchor revealed itself. I brought it back." Hart's eyes widened as he took in Elias's expression. Then the vault's location? "Known," Elias said softly. "It is bound to a specific instant in the mountains north of Glen Marrow, a place hidden from maps. The only path to it lies through the anchor's memory. We can reach it now." Hart exhaled shakily, as though the tension of hours had finally loosened its grip. "Good. Then there is hope yet." But even as he spoke, the ground shuddered beneath them. A ripple coursed through the old atrium floor, subtle at first, then violently sharp. The runes flared with sudden red light, their ancient protection straining against an approaching force. The air thickened, twisting around them like a tightening noose. Hart turned sharply. "Something is coming." Elias already knew. Time trembled. A crack of light split the far end of the atrium. From that fracture stepped Peregrine Thatch. But he was no longer merely blurred or flickering, no longer shifting between instants like a wandering ghost. He now appeared as a warped silhouette, his body fractured into slivers of past and present, a broken mirror barely held in human shape. His eyes glowed with feverish purpose, their pale fire flickering with unstable magic. He looked at Elias, truly looked, and smiled with something like awe twisted into madness. "You returned with it," Thatch whispered, his voice layered with echoes of moments not yet lived. "You reached deeper into the memory than even I could. Remarkable. Remarkable indeed." Hart moved in front of Elias, wand drawn. "Thatch, you will stand down or be subdued. You are trespassing upon ministry ground and consorting with forbidden forms of—" Thatch raised a hand. Time bent. The words froze in Hart's throat. literally froze. His breath halted, his wand arm suspended midair. He stood motionless, trapped inside a moment Thatch had severed from the flow of time. Elias's blood chilled. "No harm will come to him," Thatch said lightly, almost gently. "I hold only the second he occupies, but if you resist me, I can make that second stretch into eternity." Elias stepped forward, fury sharp beneath his calm. "You cannot wield the anchor, Thatch. The memory rejected you once. You felt it." Thatch's smile cracked into something brittle, his form shuddering. "It rejected me then," he conceded. "Before I understood its true nature. Before I realized the anchor was not merely a tool, it was a key. And keys, my young Auror, may be shaped anew." He extended his fractured hand. The air around Elias tightened, wind swirling violently as though drawn toward Thatch's grasp. Elias felt the anchor burning in his palm, reacting to the pressure of Thatch's magic. Flames of gold and white danced across his skin, meeting and resisting the pull. The atrium groaned as temporal force surged between them. "You still do not understand," Elias said through clenched teeth. "The anchor is bound to Marla's heart. Only someone who carries her memory with truth can command it." Thatch's eyes narrowed with hungry fascination. "Then give me the truth." He lunged, not physically, no. He surged forward as a distortion of collapsing hours, a streak of warped existence tearing through the atrium. Elias reacted on instinct, raising both wands. A blast of golden force erupted from the anchor, clashing with Thatch's spiraling maelstrom of fragmented time. The two forces collided in a torrent of light and shadow. Stone pillars cracked, runes flared violently. Ancient magic awoke with a roar like a slumbering giant roused from ages of dreaming. Thatch's face twisted, half shadow, half flesh, as he forced more power into the clash. "You think you can deny time itself?" he snarled. "I'm not denying time," Elias shouted over the storm of magic. "I'm restoring it." The anchor flared brighter, almost blinding. Images burst across Elias's mind. Marla, Seraphine, the clearing, the storm. The look of trust passed from mentor to student. Threads of emotion wove around him like radiant chains, binding him to the anchor with strength he had not known he possessed. Thatch pushed harder, the atrium trembling. Cracks spidered across the floor. Pillars groaned, their carved faces warping with the strain. Elias felt himself sliding backward, Thatch's temporal force ripping at the edges of the moment, trying to tear him loose from the anchor's memory. Pain seared through him. He forced his eyes open. The anchor pulsed once, hard, like a heart fighting against death. And suddenly Elias understood. Seraphine's final act had never been to defend Marla. It had been to protect the anchor, to preserve the world against those who would twist memory into dominion. Elias gripped the anchor with both hands. Light surged outward. Marla's wand flared with it. The atrium shook as if the earth itself roared. Thatch screamed, ragged, furious, the cry of a man being torn across the threads of his own fractured timeline. "No, no, I am time's master." "You are its prisoner," Elias said, voice low and steady, "and time has rejected you." The anchor released its full force. A beam of golden brilliance erupted, cleaving through Thatch's distorted form. For a moment, Elias saw all versions of Peregrine Thatch overlapping, past self, present self, future self, shattering like glass thrown against stone. The temporal fracture consumed him. His scream echoed through countless instants. Then silence. Thatch vanished, scattered into the void between seconds, undone by the very magic he sought to command. Elias staggered, the anchor dimming in his palm like a dying ember. Heart drew a sharp breath as time released him, the frozen second continuing as though nothing had transpired. He looked wildly around. "Elias, what happened?" Elias steadied himself, lowering both wands. "It's over. Thatch is gone." Hart searched his face, saw the exhaustion, the lingering sorrow. Slowly, he nodded. "Then the vault must be sealed forever," he said. Elias closed his hand around the fading glow of the anchor. "Yes," he whispered, "before another tries to claim its secrets." The atrium fell quiet. The storm of time subsided, but the path ahead was clear. They had won a single battle. The true resolution awaited in the vault itself. For many hours after Thatch's vanishing, the old atrium lay steeped in a heavy and ancient stillness. The rooms dimmed one by one, returning to their dormant glow, and the trembling of the stones subsided until the vast chamber stood serene once more, an old sentinel satisfied that the storm of time had passed. Elias leaned upon one of the pillars, drawing slow, steady breaths as though reclaiming the air torn from him in the battle. Hart approached him with a steady stride, though concern shadowed his features. "You should rest," he said gently. "Few wizards have faced what you just endured." Elias shook his head. "Rest must wait. The vault remains. Thatch may be gone, but the knowledge hidden within those walls must never rise again." Hart's eyes softened with approval. "Then we make ready. At dawn, we travel to Glenmarrow." Dawn broke pale and cold as they ascended from the depths of the ministry. The city had scarcely begun to stir. Only a handful of enchanted lamps glimmered along the streets, bowing low before the rising sun. Elias stepped into the morning with a sense of weight upon his shoulders, a burden he did not shrink from, but embraced. He checked the anchor, still faintly warm within his palm. Its golden glow had waned, but it pulsed with enough strength to lead them where they must go. By mid-morning, they apparated to the foothills of Glenmarrow, an ancient region of rugged peaks veiled in mists. The mountains rose like titans from the earth, their dark ridges hidden beneath drifting veils of enchantment. Air hummed faintly around them, thick with wild magic untouched by civilization. Hart surveyed the terrain with a seasoned eye. This land resists intruders. Even apparition becomes unreliable near its heart. We must continue on foot. Elias nodded, tucking Marla's wand safely into his cloak. The path ahead was narrow, winding between jagged rocks and glimmering pools of frost-kissed water. Birds circled overhead, solemn gray hawks that watched with unblinking eyes, as though guarding the mountain's secrets. Old stories whispered of spells woven into the land itself, echoes of battles fought long ago during the earliest days of the war that had birthed the hidden vault. The higher they climbed, the stranger the world became. Shadows stretched too long, moving with curious intent. The wind carried murmurs, not words, but tones like half-remembered voices drifting through the fabric of time. Elias felt the anchor respond, trembling faintly each time they passed some ancient boundary. Hours passed. At last they reached a narrow ridge overlooking a valley sealed by towering stone walls. A faint shimmer rippled across the rocks, like heat rising from desert sands. Hart stopped short. "This place, it is veiled." Elias stepped forward, raising the anchor. Golden light spilled from his palm, illuminating the shimmer that cloaked the valley. As the glow touched the veil, the illusion trembled. Layers of enchantment peeled away, revealing a massive archway carved into the mountainside, an archway of black stone engraved with curling sigils. Beneath it, a pair of colossal doors slumbered, each bearing an emblem of intertwining runes. "The Vault of Forbidden Craft," Hart whispered. "I never imagined I'd live to see it." Elias approached with reverence. The very air thickened, filled with a humming magic that pressed against the skin like the weight of deep water. As he neared the doors, they remained still, unmoved by mere presence. He lifted the anchor. It shone brighter. The doors quivered. A low groaning echoed through the valley, as though a giant stirred in its sleep. The runes along the doors ignited with pale silver light. One by one they awakened, slowly, reluctantly, responding to the memory bound within Elias. The doors parted with a thunderous exhale of ancient air. Elias stepped across the threshold. The chamber beyond was vast, far larger than the mountain should have allowed. Crystalline lanterns burned with cold, steady flame along the walls. Shelves of stone and metal stretched into the shadows, each holding scrolls, tomes, and spellcast artifacts sealed within shimmering stasis fields. A deep, quiet hum resonated from every surface, as though the vault itself breathed. Hart walked at Elias's side, gaze wary. These spells were crafted at the height of fear. No wizard should wield them. Some can unravel minds. Others could bend magic into forms never meant to exist. Elias nodded. We cannot allow any of this to remain. They moved deeper. Strange devices lay on pedestals, clocks whose hands spun backward, obsidian blades that drank the lantern light, vials filled with silver vapors swirling in patterns that defied natural motion. One pedestal held a small orb inscribed with jagged symbols. The orb pulsed irregularly as though yearning for release. Another held a wand carved of blackened bone, sealed behind 6 layers of shimmering wards. At the chamber's heart stood a dais engraved with a map of the magical world, yet skewed, as if viewed from some perspective beyond mortal understanding. Markings on the map highlighted points of catastrophic potential, each accompanied by warnings etched in trembling script. Elias shuddered. So much danger, so much grief within these walls. Then let us see to their end, Hart said firmly. The ministry will seal this vault forever. We will destroy what can be destroyed and bury what cannot. Yet before they could act, a cold wind swept through the vault. The lantern flames bowed, dimming. Elias stiffened. What is... A whisper rose from the floor. No voice, but a rustling, a trembling, as though the very stones remembered something dreadful. Then an image flickered into being above the dais. A figure, half light and half shadow. Elias felt his breath falter. It was Thatch. Not whole, not alive. An imprint, a temporal echo left by the man who had torn at time's very fabric. His form rippled like smoke, shifting through countless fragments of his former self. You think me undone, the echo murmured, voice layered with distant tones. But time leaves remnants, and remnants may yet speak. Hart raised his wand, tense. This is only a memory. It cannot harm us. Perhaps, the echo whispered, but even a memory may warn. Elias stepped forward, jaw tight. What do you want, Thatch? The echo tilted its head, hollow eyes glowing faintly. I sought to master time, it said, to spare the world from its own folly. But I learned too late that time is not a river to be commanded. It is a sea, vast, unending, and merciless to those who attempt to tame its tide. The echo flickered. Seal the vault, Elias Redwood, for others will follow me. Others will hunger as I did. A final tremor passed through the echo, and its form dissolved into scattered motes of fading light. Silence returned. Elias lowered his wand, breath steady. Then we will seal it, for good. Hart gave a solemn nod. Let us begin. They spent long hours dismantling what could be undone, shattering dangerous constructs with controlled spells, binding malignant tomes, reinforcing seals older than centuries. The vault groaned but complied, as though relieved to yield its burdens at last. At the final moment, when both stood outside the colossal doors, Elias lifted the anchor one last time. Its glow brightened, then drifted from his palm, ascending like a golden firefly until it perched within the runes of the doorway. Slowly, gently, the anchor dissolved into the stone. The doors closed, sealed, not by force, but by truth, by the memory that had bound the vault for generations. Elias exhaled. It is done. Hart rested a hand on his shoulder. The wizarding world will never know how close it came to calamity, but we will remember. Elias looked to the mountains rising around them, tall and steadfast, guardians of secrets now laid to rest. The conflict that had begun with a single missing memory had at last reached its quiet conclusion. But the journey home, and the fate of those touched by the storm, still awaited them. The long journey down from the Glenmarrow peaks unfolded beneath a sky washed with the fading hues of dusk. Elias and Hart descended along the rugged trail, their breaths steady, their steps slow and measured. The weight of the sealed vault lay behind them, yet not wholly gone. It clung to their robes like the last remnants of a storm, a quiet reminder that even victories bore their shadows. The air grew gentler as they reached the foothills. Crickets stirred in the grass, birds wheeled overhead, and the mountains, once tense with enchantment, now exhaled their vigilance as though relieved to return to peaceful sleep. We have done what wizards far older than us feared to attempt, Hart said as they approached the valley path. I cannot help but wonder whether the ministry will understand the magnitude of our task, or fear it. Elias walked in silence for a moment, eyes lowered. Perhaps they need not understand. Perhaps it is enough that the danger is gone. Hart cast him a thoughtful look. You speak like an Auror who has walked 10 years' worth of battles in a single week. Elias managed a faint smile. Perhaps I have. Yet he knew well that his journey was not fully resolved, for a memory stolen had been restored, but the heart from which it had been torn still bore its wound. Marla Dovewood waited, uncertain, fragile, held between truth and fear. They apparated to London as dusk gave way to night. The ministry's grand atrium stood quiet, lanterns floating high like luminous moons among the golden arches. The polished floor, normally bustling with footsteps and murmured conversations, reflected only their two shadows. Wordless, the Aurors climbed through the corridors toward the upper levels of magical law enforcement. Many desks were empty. The evening shift had not yet begun. Only a few watchful eyes followed them, clerks who sensed that something heavy had returned with them, though they dared not ask. Go to her, Hart said at last, stopping at the fork where their paths diverged. She deserves to hear the truth from you. Elias nodded. Will you prepare the report? I will, Hart replied, and I will see that the vault remains sealed, beyond temptation, beyond ambition. With a silent clasp of hands, mentor and apprentice parted. Elias made his way toward the flue chamber. Moments later, emerald flames swept around him, and he stepped into the familiar halls of St. Mungo's. He walked quickly through the winding corridors, the scent of herbs and potion vapors drifting past as healers murmured incantations behind shimmering curtains. He found Marla Dovewood's ward bathed in soft, silver light. The healer outside inclined her head. She is awake. Rested, but contemplative. Elias entered quietly. Marla sat by the window, wrapped in a thick shawl, her eyes distant as they followed the enchanted lights drifting over the hospital courtyard. Yet when she turned, recognition sparked instantly. You've returned, she whispered. Elias stepped closer, drawing a chair beside her. We found the anchor. We sealed the vault. It will never be opened again. Marla closed her eyes, shoulders trembling with relief. Seraphine would be proud. She feared the vault's magic even more than its secrets. Elias hesitated. There is more you should know. Thatch. He tried to seize the anchor. He came close to shattering your memory entirely. Marla's gaze lowered. I felt him, echoes of his intrusion. I wondered whether I would ever be whole again. You are, Elias said softly. The anchor restored what was lost. I saw your memory, the truth of that night, and I saw the strength you carried. For a moment, there was only silence between them. Soft, fragile, as if the memory itself lingered in the room. Marla looked away, blinking back the glimmer of tears. I never wanted anyone to bear that moment but me. It is a painful thing to pass on. It was not passed, Elias said gently. Only shared, and only long enough for the vault to be protected. Marla smiled faintly, though sadness shadowed her expression. Seraphine always said that courage is not the absence of fear. It is the bond that holds memory and heart together. I suppose she was right. Elias rested his hands upon his knees, feeling the anchor's echo fading now into quiet warmth. The danger has passed, but your work, your life, they are yours again. Her eyes shone with gratitude. Thank you, Elias Redwood. You faced shadows few dare name, and you returned with light. He shook his head lightly. I did what any Auror must. No, she said, voice firm. You did more. A soft knock interrupted them. Hart entered the ward, his expression weary but content. Elias, he said. The minister has been informed. The vault will remain classified to all but a select few, and your report has been accepted. Elias rose. What now? Hart placed a hand on his shoulder. Now, you return to the Auror office as a full investigator. Effective tomorrow, you will no longer serve under direct supervision. You've earned your independence. Marla's smile deepened. Fitting for one who walked through time and memory to save us all. Elias felt warmth flood him, pride, disbelief, quiet gratitude. He bowed his head respectfully. Thank you, both. Hart gave a rare smile. Do not thank us. You carved your own path. The lamps dimmed slightly, signaling the hours turning. Hart stepped back toward the corridor. I'll leave you two. Rest, Marla, and Elias. Try not to find another crisis before morning. He disappeared down the hall. Marla chuckled softly, a sound lighter than any he had yet heard from her. He is proud of you, though he'll never admit it outright. Elias smiled. I know. He walked to the window, gazing upon the courtyard where the nightlights drifted. A breeze stirred the curtains, carrying the faint scent of moonflowers from the hospital gardens. Marla spoke again, quieter now. What will you do next? Elias turned. Continue my work. Protect what should be protected. Seek truth where shadows linger. And the anchor? She asked. It is returned to the vault, Elias replied. Its task is complete. She nodded. As is mine. He inclined his head. Rest, Marla. Let the healing begin. As he stepped out into the corridor, he felt the world lighten around him. Not because the danger had vanished, but because the burden had been shared and its resolution earned. He walked through St. Mungo's halls with steady steps, thinking of the vault sealed by his hand, of Thatch's echo fading like mist, of veil lost between moments, and of Seraphine's courage echoing through time. The conflict that had begun with a single stolen memory had reached the brink of catastrophe and returned to peace through sacrifice, truth, and resolve. Yet one final chapter remained. The cost must be reckoned, and the future shaped. Elias Redwood strode toward it without fear. Night had deepened by the time Elias Redwood stepped out of St. Mungo's and into the quiet London streets. The lamps flickered softly, casting long golden bands across the cobblestones. A gentle mist clung to the air, swirling around his boots as though guiding his steps. Here, far from the vault's shadow and the storms of memory, the world seemed ordinary again. Ordinary and precious. Yet even as he walked, Elias sensed an echo trailing behind him, like the faintest trace of a dream not yet fully dismissed. The anchor's warmth lingered in his palm, though he no longer carried it. Seraphine's voice, steady, resolute, whispered in some corner of his thoughts, and the memory of Thatch's final cry, torn across collapsing seconds, faded only slowly. The night was still, but stillness was never emptiness. He found his pace slowing as he approached the ministry once more, not out of necessity, but to offer a gesture of quiet farewell to the day that had shaped him. Its towering facade rose like an old guardian, weathered by centuries of secrets. Elias stood for a moment at its entrance, breathing the cool air deeply. A new path awaited him, one forged not by ambition, but by truth. He entered. The ministry's atrium lay empty, polished floors reflecting the drifting magical lanterns. His footsteps echoed softly as he moved toward the lifts. A few late-working employees glanced up as he passed, some curious, some indifferent, but Elias continued onward with a calm and steady stride. When he reached the Auror office, he found only faint lamplight seeping through the door's glass window. The room within was quiet, save for the rustle of parchment stirred by a distant draft. One desk lamp still burned near the far wall, his own. It illuminated a small stack of scrolls, a quill, and a badge newly engraved with his name. Auror Elias Redwood. He picked up the badge, turning it over in his fingers. Its weight was modest, but he felt the enormity of what it represented. Everything he had walked through to earn it. Danger, loss, triumph, truth. The cost of becoming the wizard he now was. A faint sound stirred behind him. He turned. A figure stepped into the lamplight, Hart wearing a cloak that still held the cold of night. His expression softened as he saw Elias. "So," Hart said, "you've returned after all. I wondered if you'd take the evening to yourself." Elias shook his head lightly. "Not yet. I needed to see where I began." Hart's smile was subtle, but real. "It suits you, that desk, that badge." Elias looked down at the badge once more. "It still feels strange." "Good," Hart replied. "A badge should never feel ordinary. It is a reminder of responsibility, of humility, of service." He stepped closer, eyeing Elias with a mentor's pride. "You faced magics few Aurors could comprehend. You confronted a wizard half detached from time itself, and you survived." "I did not survive alone," Elias said. "You guided me. Marla trusted me. Even Vale tried to help before he fell." Hart nodded slowly. "So it is with most victories. Though the world sees only the hero sees every hand that steadied him along the way." The lamps dimmed slightly, signaling the hour's late turning. Hart clasped Elias's shoulder. "Go home. Rest. Tomorrow your path as a full Auror begins." Elias inclined his head. "Thank you, sir." "No," Hart said firmly. "Thank yourself." He left the office, his footsteps fading into the hall. Elias extinguished the single burning lamp and stepped out into the corridor. He paused, letting his gaze drift across the empty desks, the stacks of parchment, the maps pinned with shifting enchantments. He knew he would return tomorrow, return to the duties, the vigilance, the subtle dangers that came with protecting the wizarding world. Yet he also knew he would never again be the uncertain young Auror who once lingered in this very room, yearning for a chance to prove himself. That chance had come, and he had risen to meet it. Outside, the city welcomed him with soft moonlight. Elias walked slowly toward the apparition point, savoring the gentle rhythm of the night. A shopkeeper's enchanted sign flickered as he passed. An owl swept silently between rooftops. A group of students laughed softly down a distant alley, unaware of the storms that had threatened their world. This was why he served. As he reached the corner where apparition spells were permitted, he paused and felt a faint tug at the edge of his thoughts. Not a warning, not fear, merely memory. Marla's voice, Seraphine's courage, Vale's fading remorse, Thatch's ambition turned to ruin, threads of a tapestry now woven fully behind him. He closed his eyes briefly. It is finished. He apparated. The spinning darkness settled into the calm of his small flat. The lamplight glowed softly against the walls, welcoming him home with quiet warmth. Elias removed his cloak, hung it by the door, and set his wand gently upon the table. He moved to the window, drawing the curtains open. Moonlight spilled across the floor. For a while, he simply stood there, watching the sky, feeling the night breathe around him like a great, gentle beast. And slowly, as though guided by instinct, he reached into his pocket. He withdrew nothing physical, only the lingering echo of the anchor's warmth. He pressed his hand against his chest, feeling his heartbeat steady beneath his palm. Then he whispered, "For Seraphine, for Marla, for all who guard truth." The warmth faded, settling into the quiet of his spirit. Elias turned from the window and let weariness finally claim him. Tomorrow, he would stand among his peers as a full Auror. Tomorrow, he would carry forward the lessons carved into his heart. Tomorrow, he would face a world that might never know the danger he had walked through. But tonight he allowed himself rest. He lay upon his bed, closed his eyes, and breathed deeply as sleep took him, gentle as snowfall, warm as the last embers of a hearth. Outside, the moon kept its silent vigil over London. Inside, Elias Redwood slept without fear, for the conflict had ended. The memory had been restored, the vault sealed, the danger undone. And though new challenges would someday arise, as they always did in the wizarding world, Elias Redwood had stepped into his destiny. Bravely, quietly, completely. The case of the missing memory was over, but the legacy of courage it forged would endure. Morning crept gently into London, its first glimmers brushing across slate rooftops and stirring the soft hush of dawn. Elias woke slowly, the remnants of deep and dreamless rest lingering in his limbs. For the first time in many days, there were no echoes of shattering moments, no flickers of fractured time, no shadows whispering warnings at the edge of his thoughts. Only quiet. He sat up, letting the early light warm his face. His flat felt unfamiliar in its peacefulness, as though it too had held its breath through the long tempest of memory and had only now dared to exhale. Elias rose and dressed with deliberate calm, fastening his cloak with steady fingers. Today was not the beginning of a crisis, nor the continuation of a desperate chase. Today was simply a beginning. When he stepped outside, London greeted him with the fragrance of morning rain and the distant rumble of an awakening city. Muggles hurried along the sidewalks below, unaware of the magical world stirring above their roofs, oblivious to the vault sealed forever in the mountain's heart. to the villain lost between seconds, to the young Auror who had stood against the unraveling of time. He walked with purpose toward the ministry, his boots tapping softly against the pavement. For once, his heart beat not with urgency, but with measured anticipation. As he passed the fountain in the ministry courtyard, a dazzling array of water shaped by soft enchantment, he paused to look upon the dancing streams. The warlocks, witches, and magical creatures carved into the base gazed back with timeless serenity. Elias reflected on how many times he had crossed this courtyard wishing to prove himself. Those wishes now felt faint, like distant echoes from a life half-lived. The ministry itself hummed lightly with morning bustle. Paper airplanes zipped overhead, memos rustling like impatient birds. Lifts clattered and chimed. Aurors strode purposefully through the halls. Yet when Elias entered the Auror office, he felt the room shift ever so slightly, as though recognizing him anew. Hart stood near the far desk, speaking with a pair of senior Aurors. When he saw Elias, his expression brightened, not openly, not extravagantly, but in the subtle way of a man who had rarely allowed himself such warmth. "You're early," Hart said. Elias smiled. "I thought it best to begin as I mean to continue." Hart dismissed the others with a nod and stepped closer. "A wise approach. There is much ahead of you. Reports to finalize, briefings to attend, responsibilities to shoulder." Then, lowering his voice, "And whatever remnants of Thatch's experiments linger in the world, we will watch for them together." Elias nodded. "No traces have surfaced?" "None," Hart replied. "It seems your victory in the atrium was complete. What remains of him is dispersed beyond reach." Elias felt a faint tension unwind in his chest. Then perhaps peace has returned. "For now," Hart said. "In our line of work, peace is not a resting place, only a passing moment, but it is one worth savoring." Before Elias could respond, a quiet knock sounded behind them. He turned to see a familiar figure, Marla Dovewood, standing in the doorway, wrapped in a deep blue cloak, her expression composed, though a hint of fragility lingered beneath her eyes. Her recovery had been swift, but not simple. She bore herself carefully, as one learning once more how the world should feel. "Marla," Elias said warmly. She stepped inside, offering a faint smile. "I hope I'm not interrupting. I wished only to thank you both again. Properly this time." Hart inclined his head. "You owe us no thanks. You bore the memory's burden longer than any wizard should." "But it was my burden alone," Marla said softly, "and yet you carried it beside me. I will not forget that." She turned to Elias. "Nor will I forget your courage. Few would dare walk through another's deepest grief and return unbroken." Elias lowered his gaze humbly. "I only followed where truth needed to be found." Marla studied him closely, a rare quality in any age. She unfastened the clasp of her cloak and reached into a pocket. "I have something for you. A gift, though I hesitated to bring it at first." She revealed a small pendant carved from pale stone, shaped like a teardrop. Soft blue light pulsed faintly at its center, gentle as a heartbeat. "This was Seraphine's," Marla said. "She wore it during her years guarding the vault. It is not powerful, only a charm of clarity. She believed it helped her see through deception and discover hidden paths." Elias accepted it reverently. The pendant felt cool in his palm, its light growing warmer at his touch. "I cannot accept such a thing." "You can," Marla said, "and you will." For Seraphine believed that all guardians must pass their wisdom to the next, so that darkness never gathers unchallenged. Elias bowed his head. "Thank you. I will honor it." She smiled, truly smiled, and the lingering shadows in her eyes softened. "I must begin my recovery," she said. "There is healing yet to do." Memories settle slowly after being torn and restored. Her voice grew quiet. "But I am at peace." Hart gestured toward the corridor. "If you need anything, the ministry will support you." "I know," Marla replied. "Be well, both of you." She left the office with graceful steps, her cloak swaying behind her like a curtain of twilight. Hart let out a long exhale. "A remarkable woman," he said. Elias slipped the pendant around his neck. It settled against his chest with a quiet glow. "She is." For a moment, the two Aurors stood in companionable silence, listening to the steady hum of the ministry awakening around them. Then Hart clapped Elias lightly on the shoulder. "Come, your new duties await. No shortage of cases for a man of your talents." Elias straightened. "I'm ready." Hart raised an eyebrow. "Are you? Even after everything?" A small smile touched Elias's lips. "Especially after everything." Together they walked deeper into the Auror office, weaving among desks stacked with reports, maps etched with enchantments, and memos flitting like restless sprites. The room no longer felt vast or daunting to Elias. Its challenges were now familiar, its dangers merely steps on the path he had chosen. He reached his desk and set aside the parchment waiting there. A new case file lay atop it, ordinary, simple, worlds apart from the storm of time and memory he had weathered. For the first time, the ordinary felt welcome. He touched the pendant resting against his chest, a quiet promise of guidance. Then he took up his quill and began his work. Outside the ministry, dawn blossomed into full day. Inside, Elias Redwood stepped forward into the life he had earned, not forged by destiny, but by courage, resolve, and the will to face whatever shadows the world might cast. No echoes of fractured time whispered behind him now. No vault threatened to unseal its ancient horrors. No memory called out in terror. The case of the missing memory had reached its end. And a new chapter, steady, bright, and unwritten, unfolded before him like the first page of a story.